Alright, here we go. Welcome back to the Agamemnon live game review. Greatness has arrived. We're getting started. Today's stream has a 20-second delay, so if you write something in chat, and my response will probably be 20 seconds later. Today's acknowledgements, it's a new thing I'm adding. It's people are interested. Shows the equipment that we're using to provide the stream. Today's stream is being brought to you by the Elgato HD 60S card. And the system bringing you the stream is the Dell Inspiron 3558. Processor is the Intel dual core i3 5051 5U CPU, 2.1 gigahertz, 2.0 gigahertz processor. Install RAM is 16 gig. Somehow the wording got changed to 14. Even though I wrote 16. Anyway, the internet service provider is Quantum BIOS, and the software being streamed on is OBS Studios. Yeah. Gonna try that out. Tonight we're gonna be first game up in the queue will be Star Trek Online. It's a game we've been playing a long time, and here we are. Let me bring the screen up. Someone was talking to me in the background. I couldn't hear. No one ever wants to say anything to you until you hit the go live button. Then all of a sudden everybody calls you. Everyone wants to talk to you for some reason. You ever notice that? Now they got something to say when the cameras are rolling. Weren't saying anything when there wasn't any camera rolling or nobody. It's a weird thing that people do. Those of you that have set up a streaming site in your house, you're probably aware of these weird things that go on and probably can relate to it's always quiet, no one's bothering you, but as soon as you hit the start stream, now everybody has something to say. And just people act goofy when you hit a camera lights come on. Anyway, let's get going. One thing to note, I don't know if the game sound's coming through. I don't see it pegging on the meter there. Let's go ahead and start the game. I'm gonna try to listen for it. It is. It sounds like it's coming through the main speakers. Go ahead and check. Now, a weird thing happens with this game is that when you go in and adjust the sound like that, it doesn't change over in the game. You end up having to reboot the entire game for the changes to take place. Even though it says it's not supposed to do that. Okay, well, we gotta restart the game. Hold on. Right back. Let's make an adjustment here. Put this up. Okay, here we go. Now I gotta restart Arc. I'm gonna leave the mic on so I can hear it. I don't see it or hear it. Now with OBS Studio we can adjust the audio during the live recording, but you can't make adjustments to the video during the live recording. Okay, I hear the mic coming through the monitor. I have a Twitch being monitored on the PS4 over there, and sound's coming through the display. So I can hear the mic. I can hear me talking. Yay. I hear it coming through. Right. I don't see it in the meters. So, there it is. It's coming through the desktop audio. Alright, let's get going. Gonna turn it down in my ear. I don't know how loud it is. According to the meters, it's over negative 40 dBs, which is supposed to be the recommended professional level for the stream. You want it to be in sync with like commercials and stuff being played on the playback, and to where your volume isn't really low and the commercial volumes are really high. You want everything to be last we left, we were here in the Rotanev system. Here. There's the planet. Wrong button. Move the ship over to the orbit there. This ship actually moves with pretty good momentum. Even in sector space it moves with pretty good momentum. We have solved the issue of the game last night where it was filtering out all the green. I researched it last night. And, what was happening was that with OBS, when I set up the chroma key filter for the webcam, so in the background you would have one plate, it would match the plate of the game, because essentially there are two plates images that are layered on each other, and you match the chrome key or chroma color together. And what's happening is I put a green filter on the source for the Elgato HD card, which is what you're seeing on screen for the game. That's the card that the game plays through, is the capture card. And so the webcam, which is the Logitech cam, that's set up as a different source, which you see in the corner of the screen there. But it was filtering the game, so anywhere where you had green on the screen in any game, whether it was PS4, Star Trek Online, or World of Warcraft, it was filtered out into this real nasty black color. It was just really looked bad. After I looked at it for a couple days, at first I thought maybe the video settings were correct. Is like, is the stream fast enough? Is it just the filtering, the compression's off? What's going on here? Because if you're looking at all the meters, this CPU is only running at 15% usage. And then when you add all the Microsoft stuff on top of that, it cranks it up to like 80, 90%. It varies. It's not like one percentage, depending on what's happening in the background. And when you run it out to PS4, even though it's running in a 720, it still has this gray or black color thing going on. And the more I looked at it, I realized it's not the processor that's the problem. It's not the graphic processor that's the problem. It's something happening with OBS. It's isolated to OBS because when I ran it through the Elgato software, where you're running the video through the card natively without OBS, that stuff wasn't there. It ran fine. So, come to realize it was the filtering for the Chrome key that I had set up. I set them up for both the video capture card and the webcam. And all I really need is set it up for the webcam, because the webcam is the one that's being blended as a composite to the larger image. So I had since fixed that. So now all the colors are correct in the game. And I went and put the game back up to its normal. I run it at medium speed. And since we're only operating in a, screen resolution's only let's see what. I always forget the numbers, so I'll get the actual. For the purist out there, the actual resolution is 1366 by 768 is the display resolution, which is fine because that's a little bit better than DVD quality. DVD is what, 1250 by 720, so it's just a little bit better resolution than you get with DVD, which makes sense for this laptop because this laptop is designed to run DVDs. It has a DVD player, and one of the selling points of it is you can watch movies with it, right? But it has a really nice wide display on it for the laptop. It's only a $300 laptop, but at the time that I bought it was $300. But everything was working great. So when you run it through to Twitch registers it as a 768p source. It's technically HD quality, but it's not standard HD, which is the 1250 by 720 or 19 whatever by 1080. 1920 by 1080, I think it's the normal, but it still is a HD resolution. So now with that solved, we can now return back to playing Star Trek Online. We can worry about actually playing a game and not worry about okay, so let's go through our normal routine in the day. What I normally do, come over here and I check my inventory and I bring up my assets. There's a fleet armor. I go through my list here, checklist of things to do. Go through here. I'll go through R&D first. These usually take 20 hours to do. They'll be done the day before. We played this on Saturday, or Saturday. Let's go through the Admiral stuff, clear these out. Those are the rewards. This is cleared out. Right now, no ship is in maintenance, which is good. And we gotta turn in all, these are all the duty assignments that were done for Saturday, Sunday. I normally give my crew off Sundays, so I don't work them on Sundays. I'm a good captain, or admiral. Like working the crew, unless we need to. Okay, so all that's cleared out. So you see, with those missions we made 1,895 more for the day so far. And we've gotten 174 fleet markers. So now I go over to reputation and I clear out these. What I did. They redid these maps. These are different than what they used to be. all cleared out. So now, clearing all that out has boosted us to 5,295. Or we're ideally we get at least 8,000 a day. Is what we're outfitted with, because the refinement tool, if you read the thing there, it says you earn dilithium ore by completing events. So you have 8,000 that you can process a day. We can process an extra 500 because we own a fleet mine. I do that so I never have to hit this button ever again. It does it automatically. So when the server turns over at, usually it's 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time that the server turns over. So if I can get anywhere up to 8,000 before 9 o'clock, then I'll have ore left over for tomorrow. That's normally what I do. I got plenty of time. I normally like playing this game between 6 o'clock at night and 8 o'clock at night. I'm generally off by 9. So, let's go over to the fleet mark section. We're going to go over here to the fleet tools here. Going to holdings, we're going to dilithium. I'm in charge of building this mine here. So I'm going to donate 174 fleet marks, and I'm going to get 8,700 fleet credits back. See, we're about almost halfway through. It's a huge building task right here, but once this upgrade is developed, it will finish out this tier, the yellow one, and that will give us the 3. You need 6,000 total to unlock this thing, which you get 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. So this gives us 5,000 closer to where we need. And so you see the bar here is already a quarter through because we finished this task. And these 3 ones. And this one's almost done too. So when you assign these missions, this special project always has priority. This one. And then these are the next 2 priorities. This one needs dilithium, so we need to purchase. And this is fleet credits. You have to have enough fleet credits. I have 6,126,000 fleet credits with this character, so I think I'm good. But that fills this slot, and go ahead and get our everything time we donate to this, we get fleet credits back. That, we got that, and we got our fleet credits back. We donated energy credits, and we got fleet credits back. So now we need to donate some engineering officers. The thing requires 14. We're going to give as many as we can. So how many did we fill? Like 7. Kind of get some civilians. Like about 5. And we gotta donate dilithium. We have 516,000 on hand. Which I normally donate a third. See how it's divided into 5? I donate 1/5. So no matter how much is here, I donate a 5th. So it's always a 5th of whatever my total dilithium account is, which varies on a daily basis. That way I never run out. I could fill this whole thing, but since we're not gonna fill all these other things in one day, you better to do it over a 5 to 7 day period. Okay. Where am I not? There we go. So that project is 87% of the way done. This one is waiting on fleet marks. This one has waiting on fleet marks. So see, I'm in the leaderboard there. 9.2 million I've donated to this project, or I've earned 9.2 million credits for this project. Okay, what we gotta do now is I gotta go to the fleet starbase. Actually, let me. For every 10,000 points you have here, you can trade those in for 75 fleet marks. So that's 4 times 7. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to the fleet base. Open up a map. We're way up here in the north. I'm gonna fly way down here. For a camera facing north. Video looks good. Oh, I forgot to put the video up. Sorry. You can hear me talking, but you can't really see the game. Knew something was going on. Got an important stuff. Felt like I was going to sneeze. I didn't have to. This ship is the USS Lady Sylvanus. It's named after the Dark Lady, the war chief of the Horde. Now, those of you interested in stats, Lady Sylvanus is a fleet Scryer Intel science vessel T6 variant. And it got all the mastery unlocked for her. These stats don't make any sense unless you're in regular space, then all the bonuses kick in. So, pre-loadouts. I don't have any visuals, but I just go whatever's standard. It's technically a science vessel with Intel traits. You see here, there's a little purple thing under the tactical officer and science officer, where those are Intel stations. So they take the place of the regular commands, bridge functions, and they give you special abilities. Which, when you look down here, you'll see these are gold or purple now. So it tells you you have 2 Intel stations, and this skill and all 4 of these are intel abilities that the ship has. The ship is actually flying a long way. Show you the map. This is the Star Trek map here. The known galaxy. They've recently updated this, so they used to have it where you could see where these area were in this map, but they've changed that. It doesn't do that anymore. Now it's this weird silhouette looking, but this is the Gamma quadrant. They just opened that up in the game. This is the Delta quadrant. The parts that we can go to. This is the Beta quadrant. This is where the main Federation is in Klingon Empire down here in Romulan. Federation is this blue spot in the middle here. Out here in the Alpha quadrant is where DS9 and Cardassian space is. This is where Ferengi, I forget who that is right there. But a lot of the newer stories take place in this area of space. If you look at the cloud there, that's the Milky Way that's been superimposed. We are in the galaxy, but we came from way up here. We flew all the way across, and we're right here, getting ready to cross into the Beta quadrant. We're on our way to our fleet starbase, which is right here in the Aldebaran sector fleet starbase. Now you might say, what's the significance of? If you're following the Voyager, it's either 1 or 2, the path that it's taking, it will be in this area in like 70,000 years. That's the first, once it gets outside of the solar system, that's the first thing it will encounter. Space. That's where our starbase is located. Coming up on our starbase. Entering the Aldebaran sector. There's the Federation Fleet Starbase. If you don't have a fleet starbase, then you can go to Space Station K7, which is just over in this area on the map there. That's the public starbase in the area, and the Klingon one's over here. Drozana is the neutral base in the area, and the Klingon one's over here in Granada. Yeah, I think one's over here, the Fleet Starbase, and then the Granada system is where the Klingon base is. Just right here, this red is along the neutral zone. Drozana is a Ferengi-controlled public base, and then we're just outside the neutral zone. Technically, there is no neutral zone anymore. Just to give you a sense of geography, we're going to approach our starbase. Yeah, now that I got the filtering thing off the game, it looks somewhat on Twitch close to what I'm seeing. It's a little degraded. My screen is a little clearer. Polygons are clear, but it looks pretty good over there, I think. Looks great on OBS. Go ahead and dock. Now, since we're a tiny fleet, as I said before on Saturday night, we only have like 8 people in our fleet, so it's taken us forever to build these holding assets. But that's okay for a small fleet because it always gives you something to do. to work on long-term projects. Don't permit. Right. Not sure what that is. Yeah. Now to walk, you just type in walk with the number 1. And there's 2 modes. Walk 0 is for running, or it puts you back into the default walking mode, which everybody's running. Or you hit walk 1, and that puts you into this casual walk mode. You can use your mouse or your keyboard mouse to walk around.
Patrol flight use scheduled Gamma 6.
Kinda cool. So you come to this terminal and you file a commendation. So you see what this is if you bring up the ship's duty roster here. Let's see. These are all the different type of missions you can go on, and these are all the different departments that handle that for the ship. So when you come over here to your department heads, department heads. These are actual people that go with you on landing parties, but you assign them to your different departments. And you have a first officer, engineering department, operations department, science, medical, tactical, and security. So they are then running these departments. So the roster here, you see where you have 299 people on board. That's your duty roster. And that's all the crewmen that you see here in these brackets. And you have different levels of crewmen. You have the purple quality, blue, green, and the common. So these are like very rare, just like equipment in most games. And you can assign these guys are assigned to space stations. They assist the bridge crew. And then you have the ones who go for ground. They assist you on ground. And then you have in the brig I have 17 prisoners. Passengers are people you take on, and when people get injured they go to sick bay. You can die. Be lost casualties. Or you can sell people out to slavery. That kind of stuff. But each crew in the game you can have up to 400 duty officers. Since I've been trading them, You only really need about 70 people in a crew, and the rest you can move and trade. So what commendations do is once you max out your ranks at rank 4 at 100,000 points there, every 10,000 earned past 100,000, you can then trade that 10,000 points in for 75 fleet marks, which, so here, see under fleet marks, and that's all the building projects that we need. You see here, like, requires an extensive amount of fleet marks. That's what you use to build things for the fleet, for construction projects. So other than that, you'd have to do PV the door missions to get the marks, and that's what everybody in the game is trying to get. That's the reward everybody wants. So we're gonna trade this guy in. It's best to do this before you send your duty officers out, so you can maximize your points. And yeah, I only do this once a week. I usually do it on Mondays, first thing. Okay, and there's only, what, 3 departments? Yeah. So all those are done. So now we got only 3 guys on assignment right now, and they're 8-hour missions. So there we go. That's done. So now we need to go back to the ship. We need to go to Starfleet Academy. Now, since I've been heavily involved with the Battle for Azeroth expansion since August, and I've been working on the stream, getting it running, getting the laptop all situated, at least in the last 2 weeks, running the up until the end of November, we were pretty much doing all our streams on PS4. Getting the Elgato card allowed us to do the stream on the laptop. It's taken us a couple days, 2-3 weeks to get it all sorted out, working properly. And, let's return to the sector. We're going to head to Earth, to Starfleet Academy to recruit new officers. As an admiral, you're always having to recruit people. Part of your job is to move people around. And if you can learn to move people around in the game, you can make a ton of money. For your fleet, for yourself, and so forth. Kinda a lot of things you do as an admiral is moving people, personnel, and equipment around. And you make a ton of money from that. Not to mention fighting wars. So this is a typical day, Monday. But if you wanted to play the game from inside the stages, like inside the interior of the ship, or inside a starbase, a fleet starbase, so you want to completely roleplay it that way, you could. And you would use your crew to generate the experience, and they're time gated basically. And you fit your dialogue in that way, and then you use that commendation system to generate fleet marks. And that way, if you didn't want to do, say you're a player, you didn't want to do combat, you're not into all that like pew pew shooting stuff. You don't have to do that in the game. can make all that just doing the duty officer stuff. Admiralty system in the game. However, I personally like doing all those elements because I think you get the most out of the game doing a little bit of each on a daily basis, and it creates a lot of variety. Okay. At least for me, it does. So here we are returning to Seoul. This is where the Earth is located. There's the Earth we're flying by. We're going to enter the Seoul system. Now, the recent expansion which just came out, they added all the discovery stuff into the game. They had an expansion in June, which added the Gamma Quadrant, the final stages of DS9. It took them like 8 years to put that in the game. Give you a sense of time. And they just put the Star Trek stuff in the game, or the Star Trek Discovery stuff in the game. It's kind of cool. We're gonna beam down to Starfleet Academy here. Now the Q Winter Wonderland event's going on right now, which is their Christmas event, which is kind of cool. I don't like it. I hate it. So I never really go to it. I went to it the first 2-3 years that it was going on, but I kind of really not it. My character is a Vulcan, so I'm really kind of like don't care about that kind of stuff. That partying stuff is just silly. I like to be, when I'm in the game, working, getting stuff done. That's why I'm the admiral in charge. One of my specialities in the game is organizing building projects. Organizing the fleet. I'm a pretty hands-off person. I don't like to sit around telling people what to do. I get all the projects moving. Go ahead and let my cat out here. Whenever I'm down on the planet or in the interior, I like to let my cat out. See right here in the middle, that's the compass. And my desktop is set up differently than a lot of other people. I like having the communication up top, the map thing in the left, diary or a log on the right there. I like having all my controls off to the left. And, my bridge officer stuff over here on the left side and the toolbar off on the right. That's kind of how City of Heroes was back in the day. So now Cryptic Studios built City of Heroes. Guy over there trying to check out my character, Vulcan lady. You get that a lot when you play a female character. I don't know why. A lot of weirdos walking around here. Give him the Vulcan stiff arm. But this is generally my Monday routine. It's coming to Starfleet Academy and recruiting new officers. So what I do here is kind of squeeze in there. I want to talk to the personnel officer to submit a request for personnel. I'm going to do a general recruitment. There we go. I'm going to say yes. Cost us 1,000 dilithium. I'm going to order tactical officers. Yes. Order engineering officers. You generally can only do these once a week. The mission takes like 20 hours or so to clear out, but then there's like a 3-day cooldown on it. So I normally only do it on Mondays. Mondays I'm kind of in a light build phase because I do all my recruiting and stuff. Stuff where I have to walk off the ship and go back to Earth. I don't really like coming back to Earth all the time. And, now these underperforming officers and stuff, that is when you have a roster of people here, go over here. I'll go up and bring up all the blue people. See, you build up all these purple, and then you sell all the common people, but then you end up with all these uncommon and rare. And what you end up doing is you take the blue people that you get from these boxes, like these, and then you trade them. Because for each one of those, I can get 3 green guys, and for each of these green guys, I can get 3 common guys. See what I'm saying? So that one guy is worth 6 of these guys, right? So that's how you make money, because you might not need these guys, but you can sell them on the exchange for people who do need them for their building projects that require like engineering officers, science officers, because all those building projects are massive projects and they require a lot of personnel. And that's how you trade people, personnel, and as a fleet admiral, you can make a lot of money. It's a pretty lucrative way to make money in the game. But we're not going to do that today because we got plenty of people. And our roster's not full. I normally build my roster back up to 400. Then I start selling people off and moving people around until it gets down to about 200. And then I start rebuilding it. So it seesaws from 4 and 200. I never let it drop below 100 with this character. So now that they're done, I'm gonna put the cat away. Gonna beam up. Go out to the sector. Now I did all the data modeling for the characters there. I modeled them after my favorite actresses and models and stuff. Because I'm pretty good with a 3D editor. This character was modeled after Adriana Palicki. It's my main character. So bring up the map. We're gonna go back to our dilithium mine. Now, if you didn't want to navigate graphically in the game, this is where we're going. You could go up into the system list, find a list that you want to go to. It's all in alphabetical order. Or you could type it in. Like mine holdings. You can navigate that way. And the thing will auto navigate. That. I'm gonna go over here to the complete dilithium mine and do some mining. If you remember Star Trek Nemesis, Riker went off to his own command. He was commanding the Titan, was it? This ship is a variant of that ship. But this is a Intel. It's like a Intel ships in Star Trek are like the I call them what is it? They're sort of like agents of Shield. What's the word I made up for them? Can't think of it. But, it'll come to me in a minute. But the planet's over here. This blue planet. We're gonna enter it. So here we go. This is our fleet command. Now, if you want to do this like a role player would do it, you enter a system. You order a 1/4 impulse power. Put the ship on balance. That, and then you would fly up to this sponson, which is the gangway that leads into the base. See up there, you can see inside. You can look down. That's where the people are mining the surface of this asteroid. And these are all the facilities that we built, processing centers and stuff. So let me bring the ship in. Bring the ship in. Now ship moves with a lot of velocity. 7.7 impulse. Slow push. Gradually bring the ship in. So there, moving at 1.66 impulse. Bring the ship in. There's the gangway. See right here. And in reality, the ship would dock up to there, and then the gangway would go to an airlock, and that person would walk into there, and this is the inside of the mine, right here. See, and then this cavern right there is inside the mine. See this tower? Now let's go into the mine. You go to the traffic control. We're going to beam to the surface. We were here on Saturday for those of you that watched the stream. Those of you watching this on a later broadcast. This is the interior of the mine. So this door is on the other side of the gangway that I was pointing out where the ship is. This is the inside, the cavern where we're doing, which is outside the asteroid. So we're going to come up to the mining foreman. Get our duty officers on assignment. So let me move this back here. So we'll continue. So now I have blue quality miners and red quality miners, and they can be purchased over here by the personnel officer. He's unlocked. So let's go ahead and assign that. Set of missions. And what this will reward is, one rewards dilithium ore, the other rewards the things you use to construct a base. So it's going to take 500 of the ore that we have. It's going to allow us to refine 8,500 units of ore tonight in this cycle. So I definitely want to get that done before 9 p.m. See that? So These guys are done. One complete. See, he processed 500. See, so it goes into the refine column. Now that he's done, talk to the shift manager. Gonna do our daily mining. Now, in the game you have 2 daily mining quests you can do. You can do one on your own private fleet mine, and then you can go to the public mine, which is nearby, and mine there, and you can get like 750, 800 ore a day extra. So, I don't go to the public mine because it's kind of annoying. Before you go out, make sure you put on your environmental suit. Mine's right here. I use the original series environmental suit because I like the nostalgia. So I'm going to walk through the shield here. Let's go ahead and we're on run mode. Now I'm going to go over here to my logbook. This the primary mission. Just see it updated here. Just one straight ahead here. Must be on top. Now remember, this is a low gravity environment, so you can leap up on the boulders like that. See? Here's the thing. There's Noid. Usually Monday I'm out of practice, so I'm a little slow with this, but by Friday I'm well in practice, a lot faster, nimble. But it doesn't matter, it's just extra ore. What, about 120? Yeah. It's fine. Go over here. See it. You can use your tricorder to locate the item too. It's hard to see. locating the ore, you can just hit your tricorder. See how it shows you where it is? Tricorder always goes to the closest ore. Or the closest anomaly. Now it's actually kind of laggy. I don't know if you noticed that. It's because I'm playing in medium, streaming at the same time. That's fine. Not in a hurry. It's good enough for me. It's not jumping. Looks like it's stuck. Normally you can get a good jump up on stuff, but see, right now it's not jumping. Like it's dead. There we go. Feels laggy. Sometimes I get like 600. A little off today. It's okay. Extra points is extra points. It's more than we originally had. Gotta go over here. There it is. How many admirals do you know would go out there and mine their own dilithium crystals? Ah. Let's head back inside. Now you see the top of that tower there. Remember I was pointing to it in the when we were out in space? That's the top of the tower. We're looking at it from the other side. 3-story structure. First story, second, and third. When we get done with the building projects next, we're gonna unlock this upper interior here. This is the main area for the main room, and then this second story is the where the store and stuff are located. Observation deck there. Back inside. So that's, can't do this for another 20 hours. That's daily's done. And the environmental suit away. So we've done that. Head back to our ship. Beam to the ship. Okay. Coming up on 7 o'clock. I'm gonna see that they refine the dilithium now. The clock just changed over, so the automatic refiner kicked over. It's actually 7 o'clock. That's when it kicked over, so we're good for the day. So everything we make today is for tomorrow's shipment. So I'm gonna go back out to sector space. Yeah. Let's go to the interior of the ship. You can see the inside. Gonna go down to the mess deck while I take a break. I use the interior of the original series stages for my interior sets whenever possible. There's my crew. Head back into the turbo lift here. Gonna go to the crew deck. Gonna go ahead and let my cat out. And this is my captain's quarters here. Bed, this is my desk. This is the wardrobe. Chair. Back there should be a bathroom, but this door doesn't work. Technically it's the bathroom. The sonic shower. And my cabin is right near the mess deck, which is right here. These are the food portions. Now they had a problem in the game where they messed it up, and all these people are now sitting in the floor. They used to be sitting in these chairs, but they have yet to fix them. That happened a couple years ago. They're still working on that problem. So, anyway, let's go to the briefing room. This is the ship computer. This is also the access to the bank account that's shared between all your characters. So I deposited 8 million credits for all my other characters. I myself have like what, 130 million? 154 million on me. This is stuff that I'm sharing with our other characters. So what I do is I take these boxes here. These are the Calvin timeline boxes. Those are worth a lot of money, these Calvin timeline boxes. Keep these. What's this? Deep Space Nine lockbox. Anyone that has that symbol on there, do you? It's Infinity lockbox. It's over here, right? See the little symbol there? Any more lockboxes? Specialization manual. I won't make a decision on that just yet. Sort this. Right now I'm gonna take a break and I'll be right back. Alright, welcome back to the Agamemnon game review. It's 12 minutes after 7. Turning back to Star Trek Online. Tonight's episode. First game up. Just got done doing all our preliminary stuff for Monday. It's really the stuff we do at the beginning of the week to get going, and then the rest of the week is just doing our routine duty patrol. Now I'm thinking I'm gonna turn these graphics down. Turn it down to here. Increase the demand on the graphic card. Mainly because we're getting ready to do battle. Go with the medium demand on the video card. Because it doesn't really require high-end graphics. It's only when we're on the ground and walking around that you really need high-end graphics. But when you start getting into where you're dealing with like 5 or more ships in the map, you're on a slow system to begin with. It's generally better to tone it down and deal with things that way. Let's go ahead and put the cat away. Let's to the exterior of the ship. Now, wherever you're at in space, when you do your duty officer missions, they always are dependent upon where you're at. See right here at current map, on the left you'll see where it says sector update, shipboard update. What this means is these missions update in 3 hours and 45 minutes. There'll be a new set of missions that come out, depending on where your ship is at in that sector. So this sector has different missions, this sector has different missions, and then shipboard updates, the one specific to the ship, they update in about an hour. So we got our preliminary things out of the way, so we have 11 slots being used, 9 slots are available. So the first thing I like to do is go to department heads. I like to resettle colonists. Those give you your 5 colonists to do for the fleet construction projects that require civilians. That's how you get them. So we'll go ahead and acquire those guys. Then I go back to engineering. Go to the EVA suit training because that rewards 50 dilithium. The name of the game is dilithium. We want to generate as much dilithium as possible. I'm going to go back here to tactical. I'm going to go to 0G combat training because that rewards 50 dilithium ore. Send this team off. Then we're going to go to security. To give 50 with their 8-hour assignments, so these guys are going to be gone for 8 hours. But if you're going to fill up a slot, you might as well get 50 dilithium ore out of that. Dilithium is a lot of money. And if you want to see how much dilithium is, go over here to the dilithium exchange. And you have to tap these because there's a bug. So you clear it out, Dilithium right now is selling for $2.99 dilithium per Zen. So like, come down here, I currently have 3,500 Zen available, and if I want to sell the Zen for dilithium, then I come over here and say 3,500. I will make 1,043 dilithium crystals if I sell that on the market right now. So that's the price of exchange. Zen is like the C-store commodity. That's what you use to purchase stuff off the C-store. You exchange dollar for Zens, and that allows you to purchase things on their store. And then if you're doing the free-to-play thing, you want to generate dilithium. So people like me who have paid accounts or lifetime subscriptions, we then purchase Zen and we make that available to the free-to-play players, and they trade us dilithium. And we need dilithium to build things and do things in the game. So I'm not going to sell the 3,500. I'm just getting to show you that. I only buy that when I need it. And I never sell the whole thing. What I do is I let my dilithium build up the whole year, and then at the end of the year I buy something for myself. Actually, I buy keys usually. And then the keys you can make a ton of. A couple billion energy credits selling keys. Pretty lucrative deal. Anyway. So we got those out of the way. And then I come back to the current map and I do the ones that don't require people dying. This one, you're basically trading resources for these turrets, which I don't really need. Got plenty of them in storage. So you want the ones that don't have reds. So we filled all our bullets. Now if you have medical people, medical assignments, because people get put in sick bay, you can do 5 extra missions for medical. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the Admiralty stuff. Send our crew out. I try to do things under 4 hours. That requires engineering and science. So we're gonna come over here. We're gonna assign an engineering vessel. So send this one out. We're gonna assign a science vessel. Gonna send a deep space science vessel. 17 and 47 should get us over the minimum. And 11 to 16 should get us over the 20. We didn't meet the science requirement. So it's only 10 points we need to make up. So let's go send a tactical guy with them. And he's got 15 science. We got 167 critical rating, and then we're gonna get some rare minerals. That's useful. What that does is gives you these kind of things for building projects and materials and stuff. So let's take this 45-minute one. Where is it? Good science vessels. Yeah, next one up is this guy. He can fulfill the mission. So, assign that guy. It's an hour-long mission. It's a tactical mission. Down here and assign a tactical. assign this patrol escort. Okay, he's about halfway on engineering science, so we'll send a cruiser with him. So, send this carrier. Send a star cruiser. There we go. Those two ships fulfilled the mission. Okay, this is a 2 hour and 20 minutes. Let's do this one. Need an engineering vessel. Send this guy. Send this carrier. Actually, send this guy. He's got a 52 rating. And we'll send a science vessel in support, which is the advanced research vessel retrofit. Those two fulfill the mission needs. So we'll go ahead and assign those guys. This guy's a 45-minute one. High engineering requirements, so go back to engineering. We'll send this dreadnought. Need a science. Send this this guy. So it's a Vulcan vessel, Decatur science vessel. Fulfills the need. Another 45-minute mission. As a tactical or a high engineering requirement. So we're gonna send engineering. Let's go ahead and send this obelisk. We'll send a tactical ship with him. Cremarian heavy destroyer. The two of them meet their requirements of the mission. And we'll send this 30-minute mission out. It's only tactical and science, so we'll send a couple cruisers to do that. We'll send this light cruiser, which is the original Enterprise Constellation. So then we'll send refitted Enterprise in support. And we'll send the refit of that in support. So between the three of those ships, they'll be able to fulfill this mission. Now we have another tour of duty mission, so we're going to send really good ships out there. So we'll go down here where our epic ships are. We'll send this guy. He can fulfill all those things. One ship. So he's an epic quality cruiser. So now we're done with our assignment. So we have 46 ships on the roster. Those are all the ships in my fleet. The ships on assignment. 8 assignments currently. None of them, all of them are gonna, as they finish out, this one's got a 29-minute time to complete. That'll be the first ship back to maintenance, to space dock. So, but we are fulfilling this tree here. You cycle through and you just keep completing it, so we've done this many times, so now we're tier 3 and you get these bonuses as you keep completing it. So as you see, we've done 3 of 10 and there'll be a big bonus at the end of the payout. So now let's go R&D. I always do these after I send people out. These take 20 hours to do. You can assign 4 of them. Now basically, developing these 4 things at the same time, I gotta get them to like the level 20. I got them all to 15 and now I'm going to jump from 15 to 20. So I'm gonna do these first 4, and I'm gonna do these next 4. Now my guy writes training manuals, and you can use those to give. You need training manuals to train your officers. I'll explain that later in the week, not tonight. Okay, so all our stuff is out. So now we can go do our normal patrol missions. So we're gonna bring up this. So we're gonna bring up fleet marks. That's what we need. We're gonna do the Federation fleet alert, which is right here. Basically, we're gonna sit here and wait till we get a call. Should be shortly though. Alright, still waiting. kind of really happy that stream is working pretty good. Colors look nice. Even though we're playing in a low graphics setting, it still looks good. It's a DVD quality, so it's better than nothing. It won't look good on a 4K TV, although I watch the replays on a 4K TV. But will look good on a device or someone's handheld device or smaller resolution. And for a small streaming station, I think that's good. Good for us. We're gonna do one of these missions, and then we're gonna do a story mission, and then we'll complete Star Trek Online for the night, and then we'll go on to play War Thunder next, which is on the PS4. Oh, here's the mission. Right, we're off to our fleet alert. Fleet alerts can be played by anybody in the game. They're designed for low level and they're mainly so everybody can generate fleet marks, and it doesn't matter where you are in the fleet, low, high, noob, non-noob, anybody can participate in the battle. Game will scale. We're gonna go ahead and our science vessel's chief is auxiliary power here. This first one is weapons, shield, and engines. So when we put it on auxiliary, we get these boosts, and these other, see the green is the extra power. Here, the type of get caught in one of those petroleum webs, the best thing to do is to Don't target anything. Bring the ship to a halt and let your phasers do all the damage.
Begin the evacuation. We're trying to get as many people clear of the fighting as we can.
And bring the ship to power. Use mines for basically crowd control. That's what I use it for. Close power. Probably the best part of the game is the starship battle. I've always felt. Even going back to when the game launched. I played the beta of the game. Combat's always been the strong part of the game.
Security teams in all corridors.
And impulse back to and put the ship back on balance. And, impulse power.
We are under attack. Repeat. We are under
Now
attack.
see, this base actually belongs to another fleet in the game, and see how theirs is all built up. It's a tier 4 by base. Ours is a tier 2 base, so we haven't built this part. We built the lower parts, but so these are actual. All these people are in fleets, and you're responding to a distress call, and they have several missions which are like exterior battles, and there are a couple that are interior to the ship, so you can go fight on the ground. My character is a doctor, so medical officer. That's why she's flying a science vessel. And she's also an intel officer, which intel is technically security. I remember what I call him, agent of STF. STF is Star Trek. Agents of STF, which is what's the directive? Oh, I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, it'll come to me. call him Agent of STF because STF are what the missions are called. The ground, the acronym for it is STF, or initial abbreviation, initials. And but STF is short for special directive. Economy. Okay, now that we've finished that mission, we can go over here to get our loot. It's the loot box that we got. This gives us our minerals, which go to here. R&D development. And these are all the loot that we got. Now, I can sell these to the replicator here. If you go to a starbase and sell these items, you'll get a higher price. So you always get the worst price from the replicator, but I don't want to go all the way back to a base just to sell stuff. But what I do is, see down here where it says salvage? I melt these down and get the salvage money for that, and I think that's more valuable than the energy credits, because you can get energy credits from anything. I can make 1 billion energy credits doing nothing. But salvage is takes a long time to get, and there's only one way to get it. Get loot, get as much as you can. You see, it also builds up R&D when you salvage, because not only do you get the money from the salvage, but you get all that R&D stuff, which fills my coffin. Now look how much stuff I have in there. I have so much stuff. And I have stuff on multiple characters. So I'm part of an 8-person fleet, but within my own account, I have like 24 characters. So I'm kind of a fleet within a fleet, and that's sort of how I run my fleet. And I'm also on the Klingon side. For our fleet, we have a Federation and a Klingon side. So my time is split between the two. So that's how we do things here. So since the turnover at 7, we generated 480 dilithium ore. That was from that battle we were on, and we generated 120 marks. And do everything between now and tomorrow. You can generate far more. Because all those missions are going to turn over. Let's go here to roster. Look at duty officer. Go to in progress. All these missions are going to turn over, and the ones that are engineering, of course, those are 75 fleet marks each that they were. So that's useful. But it also depends on how good the crew does, that you, how much you get back. So all these are still in play. While that's going on, we're gonna go do a episode mission. This is kind of one of the good things about this game that I like is, when I was a kid in the 70s and 80s growing up, Star Trek always came on at 5 p.m. in the evening. So it was like, it came on right before the news, back when we only had 3 television channels. 4 if you can count the independent ones and the PBS channel. But anyway, so it would always come on at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And so you watch an episode a day, and this is kind of how I treat these episodes, is you just, because I took a break through the summer because I was been busy with the Battle for Azeroth stuff, and World of Warcraft, World of Warship stuff, War Thunder, a bunch of other games that came out since June. I kind of got behind in my story, but I kind of like that because it gives the developers time to get out a bunch of stories, and then I just pick one at night to play through. So I'm going through the new front. Now see these ones that are sort of grayed out? That means I've already completed all the ones in these, and this is the one I'm currently doing. But they added some new missions, or they updated a mission in this. See that one is an updated mission that I haven't played through yet. Though I did the mission before, they've updated it somehow. So, and then this one has been updated somewhere. Well, it's tied to this other one, so probably have to. And then this one's been updated somewhere, which is probably tied to something else. So, but once you clear out this one, you'll be able to clear out these. And then this Gamma Quadrant stuff is the stuff that came out in June. I haven't played through any of that stuff. And Age of Discovery just came out in, I think, September. So I haven't done through it. So we're doing New Frontiers, which is kind of cool because it's tied to Geordie LaForge's character. And in this, we've been dealing with the Lucari, and they're in this sector of space in the Alpha Quadrant, which is in this area of space that we're now exploring. This area of space just opened up in the game, and we're exploring this in the Gamma Quadrant in the game. And it's kind of cool that they finally put the Gamma Quadrant stuff in, because they made the what is it, the Jem'Hadar playable race now. Which I'm not really a Jem'Hadar person, but I'm happy for the people that are Jem'Hadar people. Why they put the Jem'Hadar in the game for the Cardassians, we'll never know. But here we are. This is the area our story's taking place in. So we're gonna do the next. This is the one we did on Saturday, Beyond the Nexus. So we're doing Melting Pot now. So it says, visit the Draenor system to learn about new joint Lucari-Kentari colony projects. But the colonists have their own secrets, and other galactic powers are interested in their new home. So we're going to hail Admiral Quinn.
The Kentari and Lucari governments have begun work on a joint colonial site in the Draenor system. Starfleet has been assisting both groups on the project, as have other Alliance members. I'd like you to join the effort and help them get things moving forward. There's been Zenkethi activity in neighboring sectors, and both the Lucari and Kentari have clashed with them in the past. Draenor itself has little tactical value, but the Zenkethi are known to carry a grudge. Keep that colony safe.
For those of you that don't know Star Trek lore but are interested in the game and are watching this video on either the live stream or post live stream in the future, the Zenkethi are sort of the villains and the antagonists in the story, and we're allied with the Lucari. And, they're competing with the Kentari. They're sort of new space-faring society. And they're sort of like in the Enterprise series, where Earth was new to space exploration and the Vulcans were helping them. They were veterans, and so we're the veterans in this case. The Lucari are kind of like how Earth was. The Kentari are competing society within their faction. And, it's kind of interesting. And so we'll go ahead and start this. What do we get? Get some warp core stuff. A bunch of stuff we can pick. Let's go ahead and all that loot is... I have better stuff on my ship than what's available on that. When you get loot now in the game, it's all usually Mark II items, which is the highest item you can get, which is basically a 2-star admiral quality item. But I'm a fleet admiral, so I'm a 5-star admiral, and 4-star admiral, yeah, 5-star admiral, and but to get that, no one can get that quality item. It doesn't drop in the game. Someone has to make it or get an item and improve it, and that's why salvage is important in the game. That's why dilithium is important in the game, because you need it to build things and to research and develop. One of the good things about the end game content in Star Trek Online, at least on the PC side of the game, is that all the high-end gear, somebody has to improve it for you, or you have to improve it yourself. See what I'm saying? Like if I go out there and improve somebody's gear, as long as it's not locked to that character's account or their character specific, then I can trade that item back, build them. So what people do is they get common items or stuff that they haven't unpacked yet, and someone like me will go develop the item because I have a good R&D program and a lot of resources. I'll sit down for months building them gear, and then they'll turn around and get really good gear. But it takes a long time to make good gear in this game. It's high-end epic gear, which is the Mark 15 type, okay, MK 15, and it's the yellow epic quality. To give you an idea, you look at all my stuff is Mark 14, and they're all very rare, all purple, very rare, very rare. I had to build all this stuff and modify it. So, this is ultra rare, which is even better than these. And then I've been working on getting this kit developed, which I normally do on Tuesday through Friday. I do that type of development. Mondays I normally don't do any major development because I'm generally recruiting Monday. So you won't see any of that tonight, but if you look at my ship, I modified these out to, you know, that's a 15. Yeah, it's a very rare. Cool. This is a very rare Mark 14, Mark 14, but this is ultra rare. I built that Aegis set from when they originally put them in the game. There's their secondary deflector, so I've modified all these guys as far as they can go. And it takes a lot of luck to get the Mark 15 and to eventually convert it to epic quality. So we're working on it. Let's go ahead and set course for this. So I don't know yet. So I'm gonna go here. This was melting pot. I'm gonna make that the primary mission. So now when you look at the map, see it put this yellow, turn the thing yellow, that's our operating area that we're going to, which is near our fleet colony base for our fleet. In the first episode of this series, you discover this lost space station, this crew from the 23rd century. And you don't exactly know what happened, but they were preserved, so part of our fleet is rebuilding that starbase. And Joanna there, who was talking to me earlier tonight, she's in our fleet, she's the one assigned to building up that asset, which is right here. So, K13. The base, and this is the colony in that world. But Joanna's been working on K13. There's people on this station that have been in stasis for 300 years. They're trying to develop a way to get them out of stasis. That's part of the story. But, she's gotten it up to tier 2. She's gotten these 2 things done. Got it up here. That's a lot of work. Lithium mine. Finished tier 2. I'm in the tier 3 phase. Construction. So, getting there. Getting there. Cruising along at Transwarp 12. Now, Transwarp drive is different than warp speed. Recently, they've come back and retcon and said that Transwarp is just speeds greater than warp 10, I guess, warp 9. My ship, when I change out the engines properly, I can do like warp 50 or transwarp 50. I don't really. When I'm racing, I do that, but during normal operations, I don't do that. I just get the ship and take its course. Let's go ahead and up. So when I switch to role-playing mode, I generally click on the here. Role-playing tab, and I have all the NPCs, dialogue and stuff will go here. My own dialogue. And I'll be in character, and this is our out of character channel. And we have 2 role-playing channels if other people want to play along. I normally don't. So, but in the event that they do, say you want to play an episode with somebody else, since this is the first run through, I kind of don't play with that, but when I do it a second or third time, I tend to play with other people. Go ahead and do the story. The missions are kind of formulaic. They sort of start the same way, and usually 5 parts to it, and so forth. Cryptic missions are generally formulaic. It's 8 o'clock. Can you believe it's been an hour?
Welcome to the Dranur system. Construction of the colony is underway and on schedule. We're lucky. We would have missed this system if the crew of our survey ship hadn't taken a closer look at the anomaly here. And you. I'm glad you and your crew were available to assist us. As you can see, the anomaly orbits both the planet and its moon, and appears to be stable. It's also very disruptive to long-range sensors. The USS Challenger's team has been very helpful. They've installed several planetary defense systems and provided modular building units for use at the colony site. Captain LaForge is standing by on the Challenger. Let's not keep him waiting.
Okay, so we need to set course, 1/4 impulse. I do this like a role player does. Steer the ship in there. The Kari ship is back there. That's like their first starship they built as a society. All their hopes and dreams is in that Rescalo ship.
Good to see you. I hope the Dranur anomaly didn't give you too much trouble getting here. We've been working with the Kentari and the Lucari to study it. We know it's some sort of subspace disruption, similar to what Starfleet has seen in the Delta Triangle. Not only does it cause sensors to behave erratically, but it seems to create a limited sort of cloaking field, both for the planet and the moon. Captain Kumarke and I have been collecting data on the anomaly, but we could use some more. Mind lending us a hand before we head down to the colony?
Of course.
Let's begin with a system scan. I've seen some strange data at that level.
Same here. It'll be good to get some more eyes on this.
Triangle shot, right? That's our science officer there. He's used to be aboard. We're having trouble getting any readings from the lateral sensors, sir. The anomaly in this area is intense. We need to get into close range to get more meaningful results. I triangulate a position for any scan.
Curious. It isn't just our sensors, Captain LaForge.
Let's go over here.
Agreed. Let's calibrate sensors inside the anomaly. It might cut down on the interference.
Very well. I've indicated an ideal area. Let's try again there.
Head 1/4. You gotta be within 7 kilometers to be within scanning range of anomalies. Since our ship is a true science vessel, we have the best scanners of the 3 ships here. A lot of times when you do some of these episodes, if you have a ship more designed for that task, they give you certain modifiers or benefits, both in space and on the ground. Now I like playing at normal speed because I believe it creates drama, dramatic effects. The way it would be in a show if you're watching an episode of Star Trek. Yeah, full stop. Let's go ahead and scan anomaly. Okay.
We're making progress, but I can't completely filter the sensor noise.
Let's study those asteroids. There could be clues in how the anomaly affects them.
Give us 1/2 impulse.
How
Not-
peculiar.
The ship has a
This
cloaking device.
material isn't orbiting, it's just drifting.
Looks pretty good over there on Twitch. on this mission, now these duty missions are turning over, I, as a captain, can send my crew out, and as an admiral, send out new assignments. My crew and stuff while I'm playing on an episode mission, which is tied to the larger story, which is my own personal experience and the roleplay experience, which is kind of cool. If you could combine this game with Star Trek Bridge Crew, it would be like the perfect Star Trek game. Star Trek Bridge Crew is such an awesome game. I love that game. Once I figure out how to do the headset stuff with the PS4 and stream it at the same time, I'll be doing it. I could stream it straight out of the PS4, but wouldn't be the same. Just ready. Slow to 1/4 impulse. We gotta go down. Let's adjust our course. Since they made it a little green circle there, which is a targetable thing, when you use your sensors, it will guide you where you need to go. Because sometimes on the map, it don't tell you whether they're above you or below you. But always remember that space is three-dimensional. Gotta be within 7 kilometers of the asteroid. Scan. Can't see it, but it. So right there is 10 kilometers. Here we go. Now they do these little games because it simulates dice rolling, which they don't really have in the game. But it gives you bonuses of dilithium for doing these little things within the story, which is kind of cool.
S-type asteroids, mostly iron and silicates. Nothing out of the ordinary.
This is something new that Cryptic's been doing too, what they've been
One of
playing
our
around with
meters
the
is giving some strange readings. Let's take a closer look.
story editor and using a lot of the in-game tools to just need to use my sensor to know where to point the ship at. Sensors are saying go that way. And impulse. didn't put the camera right here, and the ship will navigate to where it needs to be. But it's the way they would do it on TV. Or Netflix. Or CBS All Access. I have CBS All Access. I haven't watched this season's Star Trek Discovery because I've been so involved with Twitch and YouTube that I haven't had time to do anything else. And work. Just busy. There it is, that glowy thing there. Satellite. Quarter impulse.
Looks like the emitter relays are offline. We'll need to realign them.
Move within range of the satellite helm. I just said that for dramatic effect. Star Trek bridge crew captain. We gotta be within 7 kilometers to. It's kind of cool playing with Geordie LaForge. That's been really cool. He was at Star Trek Las Vegas this year. It's kind of cool. They did Next Generation reunion this summer in Deep Space Nine reunion. It's just summer. Let's go. The TNG one was last year, wasn't it? That was the big one last year. Like 20, 25 years. Minutes into the episode. Scanners just popped on. We'll stop. Let's go ahead and check emitters.
Well done. I'd like to run a spectral analysis at the indicated area.
Let's send a probe to the moon and collect some data on long-term anomaly exposure.
Agreed. But we'll need to get closer to the moon first.
Plot a course to the orbit. Let's go ahead and pull on power on engines. Velocity is 30 kilometers. stop on helm. Let's go ahead and launch probe. Cool shot.
Okay, we have some good data to work with here.
Let's go ahead and
Our science teams have extensive facilities on Dranur. They can help.
Sounds good. I'll see you planet sign.
we gotta go to the planet. Establish a standard orbit. Power on engines. Full impulse power. Ship's velocity has 219 kilometers per second. Space normal speed. Approaching the planet, securing from impulse.
I'm eager to show you the progress we've made here. We've done a lot in a short period of time, and I think you'll be impressed. Ready to beam down and see what we've been working on?
Yes. Alright, we'll take Mr. Datum, our engineer. He's our security officer. He's both an intel officer and he's the intel engineer. I'm the doctor and science officer, so let's go ahead and accept. Right, and waiting. A lot of their stories combine both space elements and ground elements, which is cool.
Welcome to the colony. Kumarke was just telling me a bit about some recent energy tech improvements. Let's take a look around.
What they're already built is quite impressive.
As an engineer, I'm impressed by the technology that our partners brought to this project. Working with it has been a rewarding experience for all of us.
Get on, Captain. Gonna walk. It's a good role player, we walk. Now this is introducing the colony, which is a fleet asset that you got in the game.
Welcome. I'm Kajima, one of the industrial designers. Our colony may be fairly new, but we've already accomplished a great deal. I hope you find our work here interesting.
Federation is always glad to be of assistance with fledgling colonies.
We're trying to build an industrial infrastructure while respecting Lucari design recommendations. It's, let's say, challenging. For instance, they've included considerable xenoscaping. They're committed to incorporating native plant life into the design spaces. It takes considerable effort, but it does mean that our structures are less susceptible to invasive problems with local plant life.
Aesthetic as well as functional. We'll keep an eye out for it.
Dranur's quite the hidden paradise, don't you think?
Yeah?
We only needed a minimum level of terraforming here.
I know. There he is. Here's the stage mark.
The fusion of Lucari and Kentari technology has been very effective.
Our integrated tech output continues to impress. This display will confirm that.
Let's check Master Systems display on the first floor. Just so that you understand what's happening, if you go into the fleet holdings, you'll see the colony world. facility. This is it being introduced to you in the story as a player. And it's a fleet asset. Before I go further, I'm going to turn up the volume a little on the voice actors.
As you can see, our energy grid uses an array of natural power sources.
This is the first of many hydropower sites on Dranur. Beautiful, isn't it?
Quite a sight, isn't it? I'm surveying the output as part of setting up hydropower here. I'd eyeball this at a base of 3 kilowatts, which doesn't seem like much until you consider that there are falls like this all over the coast. They seem to be active year-round. Now, the challenge will be to capture that energy without disrupting the ecosystem. My lungs were damaged by toxic gases on New Kentar. It's made me more conscious of the need to regulate the pollution that we generate, and more appreciative of what we have here.
Come upstairs. There's an excellent view of the colony grounds.
It's actually kind of cool. I kind of like it where you have missions where not everyone's deathified, or they sort of build to the action. I like that this story started off light. Yeah. Kind of, get to kind of see the stages and stuff. The last episode was more of a high drama.
The beauty of this world will survive only if we work to preserve and protect it. Let's head up to the science lab. They're working on some exciting projects.
As you can see, we've made considerable progress here.
Now remember, I'm playing this in a low
Indeed.
graphic quality,
I'm
so
quite proud of our achievements.
when the people walk a certain distance from me, they
There's
have
more to
sort
be
of a
done, but
generic
the
look.
foundation we've laid
If I
is
turn
solid.
the graphics up, it would prove that. I think it's fine. It doesn't take a lot to impress me. This guy just ran over there. I'm a veteran actor. I take my time on stage.
Fair warning, our researchers can be a bit eccentric.
Kinda nice. Oop. Sir, there's a massive amount of data coming in from the probe. Some of the things that stand out include the fact that the lunar scale is relative to the planet, only slightly larger than Earth's moon, and that the moon has a high-density core and a large amount of silicate and germanium dust. Nothing extraordinary, but it just underscores how much we run into worlds that seems familiar to us. Very well, let's see what the scientists have to say. So they're not close up. I walk to this door. Two compartments. Kinda cool. Got a mist coming through the top for the humidity control, I guess.
Ah, we've been expecting you. You've sent a good deal of interesting data to us. We've already been analyzing it. I'll let my companion Eshel explain the findings in more detail.
Maybe early, but do you have any interesting results? I'm gonna go with this one.
Thank you, my dear. The first thing I realized is that the inert particles should be orbiting to obey gravity, rather than holding position. I've been focusing my attention there, while Ursha has been reviewing the logs from the disabled satellite. Here, check the probe data from the moon. If some outside force was acting on the particles, it should also be affecting the moon.
I'm gonna go with this one because it doesn't undermine what he's saying. This one is a good, but you're kind of dismissing his opinion, so I'm gonna go with this one. Even though I probably know better, I'm gonna give him the higher position in the dialogue.
Funny. My ocular implants are picking up a noticeable amount of germanium here. There wasn't any outside. Where did that come from?
Ah, we do have a few of the crystals here. Oh, strictly for study, of course. Don't worry. The anomaly prevents outside scans from detecting them. Oh, they're very safe down here. Here, I'll show you.
You brought those here, despite the danger they present?
This was the best way to study them. We needed the lab's facilities.
Oh, besides, we were just gonna take them back to the moon when we finished.
Just a moment. I'm getting a message.
Captain Kumarke, Zenkethi's ships have just entered the system. They're firing an unknown projectile at the moon.
Oh,
It's some kind of protomatter torpedo.
A protomatter torpedo? That's not good.
Their ships are turning toward the planet. If they have a torpedo, they may be able to hit us from orbit.
The Zenkethi are ruthless. We need to ready our defenses. Why now? Why are they so interested in these crystals?
The crystals! They're hatching?
oh, the eggs.
Zenkethi are turning toward the planet. They're heading for us.
We need to get the colony's defenses online right now.
Tactical team. Phase ready. Go to a tactical stance.
I can tap into their comms from here. Hold on.
Well, what's the lower council? Switch to defensive stance. So you gotta be past the council. Right here. Left-hand search pattern. I want to kill that guy. Behind us. Over there. Where's the cluster? Go this way.
That cargo is blocking the way. Head down to the beach and around.
We're still tapped into Zenkethi comms.
Increase your efforts. Eliminate the defenses at once. Captain Paul, beam down for ground assault. Purge the Dransuli.
Phaser
It
right.
shall be done, Admiral.
Phaser 3. Stance. Form a defensive line. Right of me. Says to head out, so we're gonna. See a cat over there. He knows who to stand next to. Right over here.
turn off your defenses or be destroyed.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Are you here to bomb us or to eradicate this swarm?
There are only a few Dransuli here. Let's clear this place and be done.
50 credits says burn sheds and scales again. You're wrong. Don't let me down. Keep your scales on. These little softies are pretty tenacious. Which? The bugs or the colonists? Oh,
The Dransuli infestation has been dealt with. Your assistance is appreciated. A suggestion? This colony has been using open communication channels. That is unwise. You never know who may be listening in out there after all. Let me check my scanner. The infestation seems to be eliminated. Usually it's best to be absolutely sure, but there doesn't appear to be a need to waste a protomatter weapon. Don't make this mistake again. Take immediate action if you suspect the presence of Dransuli.
Thank you for your assistance. This colony world still has an opportunity to flourish. Sinkathi's ships are moving into attack position, Admiral. We need you on the bridge as soon as possible. Aye, beam up. Little ground action there. As always, my tactical team was ready. Sinkathi are on the attack, Admiral. They are attempting to take down the defenses. Hailed as Sinkathi are not replying to the hails, Admiral. They are on a direct assault course. What are your orders? Attack now.
We're still tapped into Zenkethi comms.
Admiral, this planet poses no threat. I witness its complete purge.
Know your place, Captain. We will follow protocol. Am I clear?
The Zenkethi
sensors. Watch your flank.
These others aided us against the Dransuli. They can help us.
They are weak. They will fall if they try to stop us.
There is no sense to this.
Get them weakly out of my sight. Destroy these.
Maintain your concentration. Locked out. There's a power spike on the lead ship. That might be their new weapon. I'm going to get an accurate read of their weapons system. Cover me.
Deflector. Back in there.
I am Captain Neth Parr. My commanding officer is incapacitated, and I have...
Stop the mines.
I am Captain Neth Parr. My commanding officer is incapacitated, and I have assumed control of Zenkethi forces in this sector. Let us cease hostilities and speak reasonably.
I'm listening.
As you and I both know, planet Dranur has been completely scourged of what we call Dransuli. There is no reason for further conflict between us. We will leave this system peacefully, if you are agreeable.
Very well.
A warning, the Autarch's resolve is unwavering. He will not rest until the Dransuli are no more, and he will not spare anyone in his way. Choose your side carefully.
Understood.
The Zenkethi must be terrified of these Dransuli. They're willing to commit genocide to eliminate them, and Zenkethi don't scare easily. Fortunately, some of the Zenkethi are willing to see reason. Things could have been a lot worse if Captain Parr hadn't intervened on our behalf. For now, we need to let the Alliance know what we've learned here. Safe travels.
Thank you, Captain. Depart the system. Now we're playing on advanced settings, and what that means for those that have never played this game. Explain that. In Star Trek Online, you have 3 levels of difficulty, and if you go to the first tab here, under Basic, you'll see Advanced Tactic. What that means is...
This new information on the crystals the Zenkethi have been attempting to eradicate is disturbing to say the least. Starfleet will be monitoring the worlds we know of that contain these eggs. We'll be doing all we can to study them, and, if necessary, protect them. Despite the incident at Dranur, we don't know if this species is truly hostile. Finally, I've spoken with officials in both the Lukari and Kentari governments. They're going to proceed at Dranur despite the incident. We will continue to assist them in this endeavor and protect them from any Zenkethi reprisals.
So, get the first one. Since we're gonna replay this several times, we'll get the first thing out of the way. Okay. That ends that mission, but what I was saying is, you have 3 levels of difficulty. Normal, you don't take any damage at all from your ship. Basically, it's safe mode. You just go in, do what you do, and get out. Advanced is the best between both worlds. When you're doing episodic missions, or your ship gets blown up or something, since you don't die in the story, the ship takes damage, people get hurt in the story, and you have to heal, basically. And if you look at our inventory, you'll see these critical regenerators, major regenerators, and minor regenerators. And critical components, major components, and minor components. And the components are what you use to fix the ship, and regenerators are what you use to heal people on the ground. Now, on ground missions, say your team gets wiped out. If they're NPCs or bridge officers, as soon as you go back to the ship, most times they're healed. And to some limited extent, your sick bay, and if you develop your medical officer enough on your ship, they can heal you to a limited extent. But you might have to go to a star base to get medical treatment for your crew. Or if you have these on board, you can heal your people. And I have mine set to advanced. And how you use that is you come over here to your crew under here. And it will tell you the state of the ship. They move it to. So. See right here, we look at the ship. The ship has a assignment buff. So the ship, although we got blown up, didn't take any damage. It's cool. It's normally on this panel. You come over here and you can do all your medical scans, and it goes through all the people in the ship. And gets healed. We'll go to DS9 and I'll show you how that works. But let me do these missions first. So, go to duty officer. Or Hamilton. This one finished. This one finished. This one finished.
Congratulations, Admiral.
I just went up a specialization. This one's done. Those are all done. So I'll go here. Go to skills. Go to specialization. And which one am I currently going up? Finish that one. It says I have 2 points. I gotta find which one I need to do, because I've been working on. I got most of these done. I'm working on this one. Got this one done. Control operative. I haven't started working on this one yet. And this one needs to be worked on. Constable. Strategist. This one's all done. So, miracle worker? Yeah, that's the one I'm working on. So I did all the starship ones first, so I gotta finish out this one. ground skill. So this is both a space skill and a ground skill, which is overestimated. Activating a hull heal or a hit point heal grants the target ally an amount of temporary hit points equal to a percentage of healing they receive. These are space skills. These are ground skills. These are the space side. Ground ones are this one. I'm still working on those. But I came down and worked on all the space ones first, and then I'm working on the ground ones next. And what that is if you have a ship, say like my ship here, see right there, is an intel ship. So, I come over here, and under intel, which is my active primary stats, is activated. And then my secondary skills are pilot. So these are the bonuses I'm getting right away for traits and stuff. On top of my actual captain traits, which are right here. And so these are high-end skills that once you stop grinding levels, at the high end you start grinding out specializations, and they add new ones as time goes on. I've got most of them done. There are the major ones and the minor ones. The ones with the big diamond are major. The one with the little diamonds are secondary, minor. Secondary skills. So. And that's why I have like this skill here where the ship can do rolls and spins and stuff that comes out of that tree. Abilities that come under that. Kind of useful. But there are some ships that are, which are intel, some are engineering, some are tactical more, and or temporal ships, which those specializations take advantage of, and so forth. Okay, let's go ahead and head to DS9. Gotta do something around there. What I can show you the medical stuff. I need to turn in, drop off some prisoners, and contraband stuff. Turn in for diving. I do those on a daily basis. DS9 is our command base in the quadrant, the Alpha Quadrant, or Starfleet. Technically the command base for the Klingons, too. And Romulans. So far in the game, we are currently not at war with the Klingons or the Romulans. Looking at Twitch, it looks really good over there. I'm impressed. Just by turning off that filter thing, it really improved the visuals of the game. And this is on a $300 laptop too. It's in a high-end system. This is just a little rinky-dinky Dell laptop with a Core i3 processor. Cardassian space here. Once we get done with these routine missions, then I'm going to park the ship over the mine, and so she's in position for tomorrow. Gonna send out the final mission for the duty section, nighttime duty section. And then we're gonna switch over to War Thunder. Play for about 2 hours. And then we'll switch over to World of Warcraft. It'll be the third game we play. A lot of games left to play. Here's the wormhole. Going to focus DS9. Now you use the wormhole to get to the Gamma Quadrant. They recently added that in June. Took them 8 years to add that into the game, finally. But they did it. Good for them. It's good that they took their time. The technology kind of caught up with the game. Where they could expand space. Do it in a way that was kind of cool. Go ahead and approach quarter impulse. Now, as a role player, I like to fly into DS9 like a responsible captain. See all kinds of Romulan and Klingon ships. There's a Jem'Hadar ship right there. Cardassians. DS9 become kind of a focal point for a lot of areas. But we're on the far end of the galaxy from Klingon and Romulan space. Stuff we got from that mission. We got some triple cartridge. Go ahead and turn this into salvage. Oh, they added where you can beam directly to Ops. Dock at DS9 or beam onto DS9. I never seen where you can dock at DS9. Let's try that. That's a new setting. I guess it brings you into the docking collar for the ship. I was hoping for a cutscene. I love cutscenes. Yeah, it brought us into the docking ring. It's kind of cool. So, like, this is the airlock. The ship is on the other side of there, and this is the docking ring that they added to DS9. This is a new thing that they added. They added the DS9 music. Let's go ahead and let our cat out. I'm gonna switch back to my hand paper. Kind of cool. They just redid the interior to DS9 to look more like the show. Which is kind of cool. I'm gonna go over here. There's no medical. So, it's the interior to DS9. They just changed the interior, so they added this docking ring. And this is where we're at. It's quirks. So, where did they move the medical stuff? Taylor's right here now. And they moved all the other stuff out to these vendors. It's kind of cool. Frontier services. Weapons. Mail terminals. Oh, this is sick bay. No, this is the tailor shop. That garage is still there. It's been a long time. In the game, this is 40 years after DS9, the show, where the game takes place. It's kind of cool. He's still a tailor there. Docking. Just a medical wing. They finally added a proper medical wing to the stage. This didn't used to be here. Julian Bashir. So here's what I was showing you. You talk to the doctor.
Hello. I'm in the middle of something right now, I'm afraid. Dr. O'Dane can assist you if you're unwell, however.
Okay. Little busy guy. Talk to the staff, doctor. So you come here and you treat injuries, and so she's scanning me, nothing. And you go through the whole crew. Mr. Datum. Okay. Core. Okay. 8 of 8. Okay. Josephina. Aaron. Lar. Ra. Tirada. Nobody has any medical injuries. And if you come to the station, you can heal and repair the ship for free.
Bring you good luck.
When you're out in the field, your departments can do minor repairs, and any major repairs you need critical components. And that's what the 3 levels of difficulty do. There's partners. Let's go talk to Mog. Morn. We're at the end of the bar. They put Quark in there? No, Quark.
Ready to.
Quark didn't used to always be there. They had his other guy in there, Hadron. Which, if you study quantum physics, you know, Hadron. Quark. Particles. Talk to Morn. It's kind of. Does his little. Right.
Don't worry, the table isn't rigged anymore.
And you have Lita over here. She does the play darts. Play Dabo. They added darts to it. See my cat like that? This used to be a separate zone, but now they made it that you could walk into it now.
Platinum is a girl's best friend.
So we're looking for the constable office. Here's the exchange. Security? Looks like security. weeks in a row there. It was a couple episodes there. This is Starfleet Security. She's the constable now? That's it. So we're gonna turn over some contraband. That's gonna give us 2,000 dilithium. Then we're gonna transfer some prisoners. Which we can only do 2 a day, that gives us 5 lithium. Don't have any changelings to deliver, so we don't have to worry about that. Kern over there. It's Worf's brother, right? Martok. Martok, he's the Klingon leader over there. He's on speed. Go over to the ship's section.
This is your lucky spin.
This allows you to. There's no. This allows you to change out your ships. So if you want to like switch it to a different ship, you can actually do that from your ship. You gotta go down to the shuttle bay, but it's usually on the engineering deck. But you can switch out your ships here or switch to a shuttlecraft, which is kind of cool. So, just customizing ship or buy new ships. This is ship equipment. Falling down. The shuttle dealer. So if we want to repair our own ship, it's like the ship's doctor. You come here, let's look at your ships. We're flying the Sylvanus. So nothing wrong with the ship. Ship is undamaged. That's good. Out of here. spaceport. A good captain will move the ship away from the planet or space station before ending warp speed, because if you use your warp engines close to an object, you can destroy it. And it folds the space around it. Because in warp speed, the ship is actually stationary, and it warps space around it. So when you collapse that gravitational field around the ship, if you're near a planetary population or space station, you can destroy it going into warp speed. Which is why ships tend to clear out of a solar system before they enter into warp speed. That's the science fiction theory, anyway. So, let's look at our situation. Yeah, we have 118 prisoners in storage, 15 of them on board, and we got 4 faction-specific colonists. Overflow. We're up to 2,330 ore now for the night. Go ahead and enter warp speed. Pretty shot. We're gonna head back to up the duty roster. Says all our missions are full. RMLD shows 12 ships, and can we send anybody out? Let's do some more missions. Got an hour mission here. Needs 120 for science. So it's science vessel. The vessel we got is this one. And tactical vessel. Maybe what, 10, 15, 10. So we just send a low-level science vessel. I don't want to waste the vessels. So small craft. Just need about 15 points. None of these will be able to do it. Send a science vessel. Send this long-range science vessel to. Shuttle. Just bring a shuttle. This one's a 15-minute mission. It's an engineering ship. So, 35 points to send this support ship. It needs a science ship to go with it. Something with about 50 points. Send this guy. Send this guy. It's an engineering ship. Send this guy. Science ship. Two-minute mission. Tactical ship. Engineer ship. Clear that up. Press. No more we can do. So, kind of reached the end of our day here for Star Trek Online. We're up to 2,330. When we come back tomorrow afternoon, we only have to get like what 6,000 to generate. Since we'll get that by completing all these missions. Coming back. I do need to do my reputation missions. So I do those. You might be looking at this, if you're unfamiliar with the game, and saying that's a lot of stuff you gotta click. What's the whole point of doing this? Well, these missions reward you dilithium, but they also tell you what missions you need to do to get marks from the next day. So the whole point of these is to generate dilithium crystals. At the end of the daily, which is a 20-hour mission. We'll get 340 per mission, which will be 5,000. Then we get a ton of Omega experience, but they give us these crates. And you get a lot of free stuff out of there to use. I tend not to need any of these things. I already got all the equipment I have is stuff I built for myself. So I don't really need any of this stuff. You can't trade it because it's locked to your account. It's what they call bound to character. Some are bound to account, like this kind of stuff. Account bound. Right there, that's bound to the account. So I can trade that within characters. Now this stuff, you can't salvage it, but what it does do is it generates energy credits. And you always need energy credits, but I have a ton of energy credits. So for me, I find this as a lucrative way to generate dilithium and energy credits based on my experience. Basically, selling back my experience and reputation that I built up with relation with all these factions. And let's go here, interrupt here. Now I can sell that all back. Make money. So like, we're at what? How much money we're gonna make? Sell back, recycle everything. 12,000, 13,000. It's a nice bit of money we made back. And when we come back tomorrow in the evening, all these things will be done. So we'll definitely get past 8,000 by 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So that concludes everything that we need to do. We finished all our fleet missions. We've done all our dailies. We did an episode, advanced our stuff in the story, and we did all our duty section things. We're done for tonight. So I can log out and change games now. And that's the way I like to play a lot of these games. Just play for an hour or two, and then go to the next game. Do your dailies, advance what you can within an hour or two, and then go on to another game. And I think that's a healthy way to play a lot of games in the stream. It's not too focused in one game. Sometimes if you spend too much time playing one game, a game at some point will hit a lull because it takes 3 years for them to develop new stuff. The stuff you see them releasing like every 6 months or so is stuff that they've been developing for 3 years. And when you talk to a lot of developers at a conference, their mindset is what the game is going to look like in 3 years. You're still 3 years behind where the game is. So it's hard to get them asking about what's coming up in the game, because they're always ahead. It's kind of like a car manufacturer. Car manufacturers are 10 years ahead. The development is 10 years ahead of what you're seeing right now on the market. So cars that you're seeing on the road, they were working on 10 years ago. So that way they're always ahead. So we're going to take a break. I'm going to switch out the PC for the PlayStation. We're going to come back and we're going to play War Thunder next. Here on the Agamemnon Game Review. Go ahead and transition. Go. Alright, here we go. Switching out to the PS4 from the laptop. In case anybody's interested, the stream is brought to you today by the Elgato HD60S card. The system we're using is a Dell Inspiron 3558. There's a misprint on there with the 14. It's actually 16 gigs of RAM for the system. And then it's a dual-core i3 5051 5U CPU processor. We're using a Quantum BIOS for the provider, and OBS Studio is the software we're using to capture the stream. We're switching out from the laptop to the PS4. There we go. Bring that up. Need to make sure the sound's ready to go. I see it pinging in my meters, but I don't hear anything. Just gonna make a quick check. Still don't hear anything. Let's go ahead and get in the game. try something. Getting the sound worked out. Monitor it on here. Getting the sound worked out. Monitor it on here. Getting the sound worked out. Monitor it on here. Getting the sound seems to be stuck in a loop. I'm gonna restart OBS. Seems not to be working correctly.